number 1, we're going to see the Lowcountry Highrollers and All-Stars taking on the Soul City Sirens. And game number 2 is going to feature the Bruisin Betties against Team Urge. If you guys are ready for a little bit of derby action, let me hear you make some noise. Now, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I would ask that you please stand and remove your headgear as Sabrina Bogan sings our national anthem.
Oh, sing, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleam, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, o'er the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streamed, and the rockets rang, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Ladies and gentlemen, Sabrina Bogan. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time that we meet our teams. What do you think? It's time to meet our teams.
Don't let them forget it after it's done. That's all that matters.
All right, here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise for the Soul City Sirens! Let's meet our skaters for tonight. Starting it off, skater number 9, Ghost. Skater number 18, Florence Fighting Hell. Skater number 66, Jam Biggs. Skater number 69, Peter Pan. Skater number 87, Stingray. Skater number 97, Easy Bake Sherman. Skater 357, it's Deliverance. Skater 404 is Poison Ivy. Skater number 724, Cookie Dough. Skater number 732, Panic. Skater number 767, Buy Her Popcorn. Skater 911, 5 Ow. Skater number 934, it's Lady Delta Dawn. And skater 1221, Baby Bruise. The Soul City Sirens are being coached by Calamity and Peaches. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for the Soul City Sirens. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet your Lowcountry High-Rolling All-Stars! And let's meet your skaters for tonight. Little love. Starting it off, skater number 2, Wendy Scarling. Skater number 7, Kat Von Kill. Skater number 17, Truth Blakya. Skater number 21, Mama Drama. Skater 021, Ham. Skater number 22, Catalyst. Skater number 27, Thrash Can. Skater number 38, Junkyard Jewel. Skater number 43, Strawberry Short Skate. Skater number 97, Acute Drama. Skater 313, Detroit Funk. Skater 501, Striker. Skater number 817 is Petty Cash. Skater 859, Do Tasmania. And skater 864, Nikki Drewblood. Coaching the Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars tonight is Jamie. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your Lowcountry Highrollers. And before we get started, we'd like to say a quick shout out to our ladies and gentlemen in black and white. Wrapping our games today, let's make some noise for Bloodshed Red. Hell's Bells. Will Rider. And Police Rapper. And a very, very happy birthday to Ken B. Bride. Make some noise for Ken, ladies and gentlemen. So now, boys and girls, sociopaths of all ages, it's time for those 3 little words that start a million revolutions. It's derby time! And we are ready to go here in Charleston. Nikki Drewblood, Donnie, the Jam Star for the Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars. I believe that is Panic number 732, jamming for the Soul City Sirens. Now, the jammer's job is to get around the defensive players on the other team. Once they get around the other players, what they try to do is lap the players on the other team. Every player that they lap, they will get a point for. So Nikki, getting through, picking up the first points of the jam, slides through, picks up 4 points for passing 4 lockers. So Lowcountry out with a strong start. It looks like Panic was spending a little time in the sit-in, so Nikki getting a power jam to start off with. Once a player is sent to the penalty box, they will stay there for 30 seconds, unless it's a dual jammer penalty or a dual penalty. So each penalty will appear 30 seconds in the penalty bin. Panic through. Taking on for another pass, nice move to the outside. Gets a really nice hit there from Junkyard Jewel. Junkyard Jewel setting that pick on the outside line. Nikki able to take advantage of it, and Nikki Drew Blood's going to put up the first 12 points on the board for your Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars. Number 66 for Soul City Sirens, it's Jam Betties taking the jam start. Number 17 for Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars, that's Chewbacca taking the jam start. A little bit of a rolling start there. Jam gets driven to the end. Oh, Jam pops out. And look, trying to chase it down as Jam hits up first lead Jam for the Soul City Sirens. Jam up into the line. Hits the block, looks for that inside line, doesn't find any room, so goes ahead and calls off the Jam.
Let's go, head up, go!
Now, Lowcountry was able to pass 3 players on that last jam, so Lowcountry picking up 3 points on that. Soul City picking up 1. Skater number 404, that's Poison Ivy to the line for the Soul City Sirens. And number 501, that is Striker. Nice little push there. Mama Trauma. Taking Poison Ivy to the outside. That's a formal blocking move in there right now. Striker able to make it through that. Again, Lowcountry on their scoring run. Striker drives to the inside, just gets to the inside, Baby Bruisin and slides through. And Striker's going to pick up a couple more points, and it looks like Poison Ivy going to the penalty box. So we are going to have another power jam out there for the All-Stars. Striker sliding through, picking up another 4 points. Some good defense there by Baby Bruise as Striker tries to get that inside line. Bruise just shuts down. Striker with nice burst of speed gets around on the outside of Bruise. We're going to put another 4 points on the board. So Striker putting 4 more. That is a 16-point jam so far for Striker. Big strike very early on in this game. As Poison Ivy going back to the penalty box. So this next jam is going to start off in a power jam position for you Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars. Striker with a huge jam there, putting 16 or a total of 18 points on the board, and we are going to have our first timeout of the game. Would you like to let you know that during our first halftime, we've got the Boogie Phase going to be doing a special little show for you. We've also got our Chuck a Duck. Don't forget, 1 duck is $2, 3 ducks for $5. And you can win some money. Also, we've got a little exhibition from Federal State Charleston Women's Self-Defense. So we got all kinds of action for you, not just derby action happening today in the Charleston Coliseum. We'd like to do a quick shout out to some of our great sponsors. Charleston Cotton Exchange, our merchandise sponsor. Ongoing Family Chiropractic, Dr. Brooks Dentistry, Blue and Gold Auto Salvage, Sparkles and Spice Photography, as well as Mike Carr and MUSC Sports Medicine. We appreciate your supporting Roller Derby. point. Another quick time out there on the floor. Appreciate our wonderful, wonderful referees. Yeah. Will Ryder down the eyes crossing the teams, making sure everything's ready. This next game's going to start. Looks like we are in full strength, 5-on-5. Nikki Drew Blood jamming for Lowcountry Highrollers. And that's going to be the jamming for the Soul City Sirens. Nikki Drew Blood puts 4 on the board. Sees that Betties coming up on the packet and calls off the jam. So nice quick forward out. Still very early on into this game. About 5.5 minutes into the first half. Lowcountry Highrollers with the lead 37-1. Coming back to the jam line for Soul City. It's going to be Jam Banks. And for your Lowcountry Highrollers, it's going to be Chublaka. Got a little defensive jammer-on-jammer action as Jam gets fed into that defense, but slides through the inside. Back picking up the Jam once again for the Soul City Sirens. That's Jam Banks. Chublaka. Trying to chase Jam down. The next game is going to feature Strawberry Short Skate for the All-Stars. And for the Soul City, it's going to be Poison Ivy. Strawberry out front trying to find a little bit of a hole under that defense. Nice job. Butter Popcorn doing a nice job taking Strawberry out of bounds, recycling her back. Now when the blocker hits the jammer out of bounds and cycles backwards, if the jammer comes back in front of the blocker, that is a cut track. That is a penalty. So that's why you see the jammers chasing back the blockers to get back behind them so they can get back on the track.
Get ready! Help!
Nice little move there by State Right, trying to get their jammer open.
Help! Go back, help!
Short skate. Still trying to find a bit of a hole. Petty Cash trying to get a little room for a jammer. Short skate, a little bit of room there. Switches fields. A tough battle on that one. Short skate takes to the air. Nice little run deliverance. And Poison Ivy still struggling behind. I believe that's Ham, Catbot Kill as well. That's acute trauma. And Petty Cash rounding out the defense for the All-Stars. And Florence Nightingale picks up Jammerhead just as that whistle is blown. So a tough 2-minute jam there. We are going to see a timeout on the floor. So with 20 minutes, 56 seconds left to go in this first half, Lowcountry Highrollers and All-Stars leading the Soul City Sirens by a score of 41-2. We've already seen a big jam, so we know that those fortunes can change very, very quickly. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget, we got our Chuck the Duck that's going to be coming up during halftime of the second game. $2 for a duck, where you can get 3 for 5. Our Chuck the Duck people will be going around.
Let's go, Soul City!
Once again, we're going to have Nikki Drew donning the jam star for Lowcountry Highrollers. And I believe that is jamming for Soul City. Nikki getting around the outside, picks up the lead jam once again. Nikki dancing with that outside line on turn 2. Gets a little free room. Gets to the inside of Peter Pan, and Nikki Drew Blood. Another quick drawing of 4 points. And Nikki gets around the pack. Jam star for the Soul City Sirens, but once again, that jam gets called off and no points scored. Don't forget to come over and check out the merchandise area. Also, our Pride team, we've got all kinds of great stuff for you, all kinds of great shirts, gear, to prove to the world that you love the coolest team ever, the Lowcountry Highrollers. Oh, Chewbacca. High steps it around the outside. EJ once again. 66. Jam. It's in the back. Jam picks up the jam. And a couple of points for the other. Lowcountry also picking up on that last jam. Striker got the James Star getting caught by the Soul City defense. That's Florence Nightingale picking up the lead jam for the Soul City Sirens. 2 jams in a row. Soul City. As we see a little Josie go between Lowcountry Highrollers and Soul City Sirens from the penalty box. And Florence Nightingale and fall off the jam. Picks up 4 points on that. So Soul City get the momentum started. Once again, we're going to see the jamming of for the Soul City Sirens. She's going to be jamming against Nikki Drew. Nikki quickly up to that 3-1 in front, trying to turn that shoulder into a little advantage there. And Nikki sees a little bit of room to the inside and is able to take advantage of it. Nikki Drew with the lead jam. Time to put some points on the board, and Nikki with a nice step through just slides right up the line on the second straightaway. Nikki with a nice move from inside to outside, but gets stopped by the Soul City defense. Little military work there, left, right. Oh, a little crash in there, and Nikki gets right the outside of Cookie Out. Oh, Nikki just making it look smooth. And Peter Pan is going to pick up a track cut. So Nikki Drew with a power jam out there for Lowcountry Highrollers and All-Stars. Nikki's conducting the offense. Cat on kill, setting a nice hit there. Opened up that outside line for Nikki Drew, but Nikki able to take advantage of it. It's one thing setting a bit, but gotta follow him. It's going to be important. And Peter Pan coming up, and Nikki with that whistle gets blown. About halfway done with our first half, game number 1. Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars leading by a score of 75-8. That was a 20-point jam for Nikki Drew. Jam there. Jam bigs. And Chewbacca jam. Picks up that lead jammer status again in our Star Wars State Jam. And Jam around the outside. Sees Chewbacca is getting close to pack, so Jam's going to go ahead and call that one off. Another nice little 4-point jam there for the Soul City Sirens. Have a timeout on the floor. With 14 minutes and 4 seconds left to go in this first half, Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars with the lead 75-12. We still got a lot of action to go. Orange fighting hell, floor jammer, floor. As Soul City can enjoy a power jam here. Well, they're going to enjoy it. They can take advantage of it. Cat on kill trying to get the tush push. And a beautiful job by Florence Fighting Hell being able to keep in bounds. Picks up the lead jam. That pack speeds up a little bit. Fighting Hell tries to hold that line after that cash in. We got Chewbacca back in from Sindin. And Florence Fighting Hell decides to go ahead and call off the jam. Another 4-point jam there. Once again, the Soul City starting off with a power jam. And able to take advantage of it. So Cat brought a kill in from the penalty box. And looking for a little bit of room. Finds some Detroit funk. And Panic able to survive the 1-2 punch of Cat brought a kill with Detroit funk. And Panic gets stuck up on turn 3 and turn 4. It's going to go ahead and call off the jam. Another 4-point jam there for the Soul City Sirens. Like I said, gains momentum, 75-20. Present score, just under 12 minutes left to go in this first half. Jam base. Number 66, dominant star for Soul City Sirens. Number 501, that is Striker with the star for your Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars. Jam just pushing that 4-ball.
Where the hole? Go!
Jam looking for a little line around the outside, but she's going to get a full load and Cat bot kill. And Striker battles through the front, picks up the lead jammer status for Lowcountry. Jam was having pretty good luck. Jamming until this one, where finally the Lowcountry defense gets her stuck down. And Striker stuck in the back of the pack, looks around, sees Jam coming around, goes ahead and calls off the jam. That puts another 3 points on for your Lowcountry Highrollers. This next jam is going to feature Peter Pan, number 69 for the Soul City Sirens. And that is your own Mickey Drewlund, number 864. Looking for a little room, gets driven out of bounds. I believe that's Carter Osborne on that defense. And Peter Pan urges from the back, picks up the lead jammer status for Soul City. And Peter Pan moves that inside line, slides through, and calls it off for a fast 4-point jam. Next jam is going to feature number 732, that is Panic for the Soul City Sirens. Number 17, Chulaka, jamming for your Lowcountry Highrollers. Just under 9 minutes left to go in this half. And Panic through the pack, picking up the lead jam status. Chulaka right there. We got a little jammer on jammer action. And Panic, having none of that, goes ahead and calls off the jam. No points to even score. And Lowcountry Highrollers is going to call a time out. Don't forget, ladies and gentlemen, the session area is open for your eating and drinking pleasure. Plus, while you're looking that way, you can check out our fine merchandise table, where you can get all kinds of great Lowcountry Highroller gear. So pick that up. Also, check out our pride tables and check out what we have to offer up there. We also have our Chuck It Ups that will be coming up in the halftime of our second game. That game being the Bruisin Betties versus Verge. And you can buy 1 duck for $2 or 3 ducks for $5. I suggest you get 3 ducks and give 1 or 2 away. Because it just feels good to give a duck. And this next jam is going to feature Butter Popcorn, skinner number 767, jamming for Soul City. Your own Mickey Drew Blood, 864, jamming for Lowcountry. That split back there, and they had to let Mickey go. We got both jammers on their scoring runs. Mickey looking for that inside line, trying to get a little push there. Detroit Pump coming through, trying to set a bit and freeze her jammer. So some great offensive blocking, as well as defensive blocking out there. Detroit Pump. Mickey with a nice little step over, going for turn number 2. Putting 4 more points on the board. They give it a little speed check, little placement check, and yeah, that's Mickey Drew Blood putting up the points. Already at 12. Mickey looks for that outside line, able to cut down through, gets by 5 out. And once again, Mickey's blocking work just being amazing for her. Mickey with 15 seconds to go. Got 20 points, and that is the tie for the high score of the jam so far. And I believe that will stay tied for right now. Mickey Drew Blood tied her own high score of 20 points in a jam. Just under 6 minutes to go. 19 to 20 present score. So City able to put up 4 points on that jam as well. Once again, we have our Star Wars jam. We've got Jam Bits and Chewbacca. Chewbacca, take a little pop there, looking for that outside line. Jam with a nice little slash. Picks up the lead jammer status once again. Jam being chased down by Blanca. Jam furiously into the pack, hits the defense, calls off the jam. Jam able to pick up 2 points on that. Lowcountry as well, picking up 2 points for that jam. I hope you guys are getting ready. We got the Boogie Bags coming up at halftime in just a little bit. Penny Cash. Jammers. Both defenses tightening up there as Cash looking to get through. Petty Cash able to force her way through, picks up the lead chamber status for Lowcountry. Panic still trying to find her way through Detroit from Wendy Starling, Catalyst, and Mama Trauma rounding out that defensive block. Cash spending a little time in the spin means Panic is the lower jammer on the floor. Stingray trying to dance around the front there. Lowcountry's blocking, we're just doing a beautiful job. As they kill off that power jam. Stingray trying to find a way through the Lowcountry Highrollers defense as Stingray dodges the jammer star. Cash back on the floor. This jam's going to last another 30 seconds. As we're getting down to the 3-minute mark. Cash gets through. A beautiful job by Detroit Funk, setting a pick and holding that line open. The pack players on Lowcountry just doing an amazing job today on both offensive blocking and defensive blocking. Strawberry short skate, dotting the jam star. Word Spike Gale looks for that outside line, gets popped out of bounds, gonna have to cycle back in behind the huge drama. And short skate, making it through the pack, picking up the lead jammer status. Fighting hell, chasing his short skate down. Short skate is going to have Dunman, going to hit it and call off the jam. Down to just about a minute and a half left to go. In this first half, 108-30, the present score. Once again, we have our Star Wars Jam Base, as well as Chublaka. And the defensive core from Lowcountry driving everybody to the inside. Chublaka once again trying to find a little bit of a hole there, gets a lead block. And Chublaka able to take advantage and Jam Base gets popped out by Catalyst, gonna have to cycle back. Chublaka. Once again, looking at that Soul City defense. Gets him on toe stops, gets around the outside. Jam on the 6, as Chublaka is going to go ahead and call off the jam. Now, unless somebody calls a timeout, this is going to ride us into halftime. And I think everybody's going to be fine with that. So as we go into halftime, our present score, Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars, 112, the Soul City Sirens, 30. And ladies and gentlemen, it is halftime.
intermediate team. Ladies in gold are our boot bells. And ladies in red are our boot chicks. We're about to perform a song called Get Ready by Pitbull. And here we go.
You get on that horse.
Alright, while they get in their next lineup, I just wanted to announce that we are a local Somerville dance team. We dance all over the Lowcountry. And part of your lucky surprise here with us having here is Acute Trauma and Mama Trauma are also on our team. Alright, you're ready? Let's get ready for some Where My Country Girls At. Hi, Matthew.
Where my country girls at? Mr. Worldwide. If y'all good, got to smell good, got to truck shine up, see yourself in the front. Cranking that key, about to get gone, calling all my boys on the phone. Where the country girls at? Where they gonna be? The ones that like to dance, ones that like to drink, give a homegrown tin. Down home pretty, all on back. Give me when you're 20 when it's swinging down the track. Put me smack down in the middle of that. Drop my pin on the path. Give me there fast where the country girls at. It's my Alabama red. Where's my Tennessee vibe? Talking Tallahassee legs. I need a Georgia peace smile. New York City, California coast. Somebody let a brother know where the country girls at. More than like to dance, more than like to drink. Every homegrown tin, down home pretty, all on back. Give me where you're 21, swinging down track. Put me smack down, till look back. Drop a pin on the map. Give me that fast where the country girls at. I know it's on. Gas car, and the days on the 500 grand muscle track house. Represent the front, all corners at the stage. I'm in the suite next to the greatest of all time. Baby, I'm saying, I'm in love, 20 seconds, big boy, no brand, no more. Now, country girls say, when they get cowboy hats and the cowboy hats, I say, where my country girls at? Those cowboy boots and the cowboy. Wanna like to dance, wanna like to drink, give a homegrown tin, down home pretty, all back. Give me with you 20, swing down, cheese. Put me smack down, give a look back, being on the map. Give me that fast for the country girl. Drop a pin on the map. Country girl. Wasn't like to fit, wasn't like to shake it to the song.
Oh, look at them girls sparkle out there. All right, we have one more for you. While they get back in their lineup again, I'd like to interject that we have boot camps all over town in Mount Pleasant, Somerville, North Charleston, Nexton, and West Ashley. If any of you would love to come join us, learn how to line dance, and then maybe come join our teams. All right, everybody ready for Toledo's? Cause girls is players too. Cause girls is players too. Cause girls is players too. Niggas get money all around the world. Cause girls is players too. What you know about living on the top? Penthouse seats, looking down on the hop. 2-boy touch my time is money, so I spend it on the fly. Hold on, little bitty showing through the white tee. You will see the thumb busting on my tight jeans. Okay, I'm so my face like he on a white tee. Got another shit, she ain't nothing like me. But if catch another fight, I go about to make one fight. I just wanna have a good night. I just wanna have a good night. Hold up, don't let me know. Hold up, gotta let me know. Anybody, wash with you. girls is players too. Yeah, cause girls is players too. Cause girls is players too. Ladies get money all around the world, cause girls is players too. I'll go on and on again. Keep blowing on my phone, but I'm ignoring it. Nigga, he the one I got like 4. Yo, sit first class like that Victorian. Came a long way from rap to British. 5-star blue, that tastes so delicious. But I'm looking play, y'all niggas know. I ain't on to talk, cause I'm into a message. About to catch another play. I'm about to make one play. I just wanna have it. I just wanna have it. Anybody, all should do what you want. Yeah, cause girls is players too. This sounds like a better phone, yeah, girls is players too. Cause girls is players too. Ladies get money all around the world, cause girls is players too. Thank you all so much for letting us perform for you at this homecoming show. Good luck, teams.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, give it up for the Boogie Bangs! Well, we've got about 2.5 minutes left to go till our second half starts. The Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars with a commanding lead, 112-30. But we've seen a couple of 20-point jams, and we know that's possible by both teams. So they have a very good opportunity of coming back in, see how they adjust at halftime. Well, as we're getting ready to get started once again, I will remind you our concession area is open for your eating and drinking equipment. Also, check out the merchandise table for the Lowcountry Stars and the organization all. Got great t-shirts, all kinds of gear, all a plethora of things with Lowcountry Highrollers on it. So go on over, pick some up, and help support your incredible roller derby team. Also, don't forget to check out the Pride table and see what they've got to offer over there. As we do have Pride Month going on this month, huge supporters here at Lowcountry Highrollers. That's what telling us we are about to get started for our second half. Starting off with jam status for your Lowcountry Highrollers, that's June Lockett. But out front and quickly picking up the lead, jammer status. That is Panic number 732 for Soul City. A quick start to the second half. Panic tries to get around the defense. Detroit Funk sends her to the outside. So Panic's controlled and called off the jam.
It's on my Instagram.
2 points scored on that jam for the Soul City Sirens. Well, this jam should be a fairly interesting matchup here. Got number 66, Jam Mix, jamming for Soul City. We've got Nikki Drewblood jamming for the Lowcountry Highrollers. Both jammers get out of the pack almost at the exact same time. Nikki is going to pick up the lead jammer status. She's going to go jam, do the work, and I can pretty much guarantee you Nikki's going to call off the jam just as Jam gets up there. I'm looking forward to that matchup. Like to see that one again. Jam with a very, very powerful style. And Nikki just making the hard stuff like look so smooth. Very, very beautiful. So I look forward to that matchup. The beauty of these later. And two incredible people wearing jammer stars right now. Number 69, Peter Pan, and number 501, Striker. Striker trying to get the advantage. Peter has to come back the recycle behind Catalyst. We got Wendy Starling and Mama Trauma out there as well. Detroit Funk rounding out the fourth for the defense for Lowcountry Highrollers right now. Peter Pan gets spun to the inside. That's one of those great things about Derby that these players have been playing with and against each other for so long and just really develops some great relationships. So it's always a lot of fun to see people playing against each other on the track. As once again, we're going to see Jublaka and Panic jamming. Jublaka through the pack, picking up the lead jammer status for Lowcountry. Panic handed the jammer hat to Poison Ivy, who got taken out and then had to recycle back behind Petty Cash. So Lowcountry just getting a huge advantage there. And Poison Ivy and Catbot Kill just driving Poison Ivy around. Cash pushes Ivy to the outside. Ivy finally through the fray. But Jublaka through putting points on the board. Already with 12. And still plenty of time in the jam. Little jammer on jammer action is Poison Ivy. And Jublaka trade me. We're going to get a backblock being called on Jublaka. So Poison Ivy right now with a power jam. This power jam will take us pretty much to the end of this jam. And Petty Cash. Huge drama. The defense right now. Poison Ivy picks up 4 for the Soul City Sirens. So that jam into the 12-4 scoring run. Just a little over 5 minutes into the second half of game one. 124-36, the present score. 24 and a half minutes to go. We're going to see Nikki Bruisin as the lone jammer off the floor right now. But we've got a power jam going on. And we have our chuck it up people going around. So you don't even have to get up to get a dunk. That's how incredible it is. The dunks will come to you. And Nikki looking for that line. Detroit takes that outside line, opens up a bit of a rail there, and Nikki drew blood all over it. And Nikki, just makes it look easy. I'm just going to absorb it, hit, turn sideways, slide through it, make it look like nothing. And Nikki just flowing through the pack. And Nikki goes around to the outside of 5 out and calls off the jam. But again, Nikki with another huge jam. Top jams so far tonight have been Striker with 18, Nikki with 19, then 20 twice with Nikki. So just making it flow out there on the floor. Strawberry short skate, jamming for Lowcountry, and that's going to be Jam Betties. Picking up the lead jam for Soul. Strawberry out. Strawberry cycle back. Jam. Bruisin picking up 4 points for the Sirens. Oh, and Jam being sent to the penalty box. Petty Cash, the low jammer on the floor right now. Oh, big pop there. Butter popcorn with a big pop there. On Strawberry short stick. Petty Cash. With a little momentum, he gets up to the back. Peter Pan. Trying to hold her back. Jump jars back on the floor. It does look like we are at full strength, I do believe. About 15 seconds left to go on the jam clock. Cash putting up 8 points so far. And Ghost guiding the Jam Star coming up on the pack, and that jam is going to get called off just as Ghost is about to put some points up. But just a little over 20 minutes left to go in our second half. Lowcountry Highrollers leading Soul City Sirens 157-42. Florence fighting hell. with the jam star for Soul City, and that is number 17, Chewbacca, jamming for Lowcountry. And Florence getting out just in front of Chewbacca, and Chewbacca catches up that space. We got some paint being traded. Florence fighting hell. Not going to have any of it, so she's going to call it off just as they're coming up to the pack. No points for either team. Once again, we're going to see the stylings of Nikki, Drew Blood, and Havoc, the jammers for their respective teams. Nikki moving that outside line. Gets popped out by Butter Popcorn as Panic picks up the lead jammer status. Oh, Cat trying to get a save into the shot.
Hey, let's go! Let's go!
We can hear the bench there. Soul City Sirens. Points call. And Panic picks up two. Total 6 on that jam for the Soul City Sirens. 4 points being picked up by Lowcountry Highrollers All-Stars. This jam is going to feature number 501 Striker and number 66 Jam. Striker trying to find a way around, and Jam. Drew again picking up the lead jammer status. Striker. And Jam trying to get by Detroit Rump, and Detroit shuts that lane down, and Jam's going to go ahead and call the jam. 3 points being picked up by the Soul City Sirens, 1 point being picked up by Lowcountry. Chewbacca and Peter pick up the jammers for their respective teams at the line. And Peter gets knocked out. They set up their 3-1. Chewbacca. Peter Pan gets around the outside, Captain kill. Chewbacca being pushed around. And Peter Pan takes the air and putting 4 points on the board there for the Soul City Sirens. And the Soul City Sirens have a nice little opportunity here as Chewbacca going to the penalty bench. That's going to give Sirens 30 seconds alone on the board. That defense in Lowcountry has just been stepping up. Whether it be offensive blocking or defensive blocking, they have just been all over the place. Do Tasmania with a nice little pop there. And Peter Pan is going to have to come around. That's something like currency. But once again, Peter's going to have to come back and cycle around. Chulaka getting a pop there from Hunter. And Peter just gets around the outside of him, and Chulaka. Oh.
How about the hand?
Hunter gets a big pop there.
Yes.
We appreciate your patience. We need to make sure the health of our skaters. Fortunately, we always have to have EMTs at all of our bouts. It is a requirement. We hope that normally they never get any use, but they are always here. This can be a fairly dangerous sport to play. Once again, we take the opportunity to thank our halftime entertainment booking mates. We appreciate all the dancing for. And again, you can get the Pebble and Lion dancers. They have good days all the time, just like they said. So get in touch with them. Don't forget, we do have our check it out that's going to happen at halftime second game. One duck for $2, three ducks for $5. You can go to the merchandise table and get them, or the Chuck It Up people will be coming around at some point during the bout. And you don't have to get up to get on Chuck It Up. We do suggest that you buy multiple Chuck It Ducks and give them away, because everybody needs a duck to give nowadays. So we do have an official review going on. As for the reasons for the timeout. Our referees doing an incredible job out there today. There are 8 during a game. These are doing it with a skeleton crew of 5 and doing an incredibly good job. So much love to our ladies and gentlemen back to white. I love the boogie games started. We've had our timeout by dancing up there.
It's amazing.
Yes, but how teams expect to catch up. Seems like that's gonna be intense. There you go, Jody. I see where it is. Right here.
Also, wanted to let you guys know after our bouts today, you are invited to come out and hang out teams as we have our after party at the neighborhood tavern. Come on out and join us. If you've enjoyed watching the players giving out shots all day, maybe buy one tonight at the neighborhood tavern.
I got to see what she was. She was a wife. At home. If you try to text me, my son.
Once again, I'm really looking forward to this matchup here. This Jar Jar is just a power jammer. A lot of energy. And then you get Nikki, who just does things so smoothly. It's a fun kind of jam to watch. As you see two completely different styles of players. And Nikki finding that room around the outside, he jammed in a quick 4 points as Jar Jar just getting pounded in the back there. Got Mama Drama, as well as Detroit from Whitney Scarlett. And rounding it out is going to be Catalyst. And that is a fiercely force from hockey.
I emailed her.
And Nikki, again, so fast already with 12 points in this jam. Little Muhammad on the action there, little bobbing and weaving.
I don't think
And again, Mickey sliding through. Mickey already with 20. This is our third 20-point jam, which put one more on there. And Mickey just goes right through the middle. Wow. A 28-point jam by Mickey Drew Wood. Huge jam. Now, one big thing on that, those two, is blocking that was being done. He says it takes 18 players to get a jam that big. Once again, we're going to have Panic jamming for Soul City. Strawberry Short Skate jamming for Lowcountry. Both jammers are taking some hops there, not finding much of an advantage. And Panic gets through the slides to the inside. Lead gentle for the Soul City Sirens. That is Panic. Panic does a little speed check there. Nice job by Flores setting an outside hit. The cat on kill. All imminent. Popping Panic to the outside. Panic forced to call off the jam. Panic dashed on the star after the pass there for Lowcountry Highrollers. It'll be about 10.5 minutes to go in this game when this next jam starts. 193-63, the present score. That's number 27 jamming. That's Thrash Can jamming for Lowcountry, and Peter Pan jamming for the Soul City Sirens. And Thrash Can, her first attempt as a jammer, picks up the lead jam, finds a little room, gets that outside line, and there's 4 fast points there for Thrash Can. Thrash going for that step over in turn number 2. Takes a little ball. Returns back behind the pack. Looking for that line once again. Pops through the other side. Thrash Can now with 8 points on the jam. Thrash Can trying to find a way through that 3 wall of Soul City Sirens. Easy big shove. Needle hand. Looks like Deliverance is going to go to the penalty box as Stingray comes back on. Lady Delta Dawn. Now with the start. Lady Delta Dawn looking for that outside line. A beautiful pick set there by Easy Bake Shove. Oh, and Shove following that up with a Thrash Can takeout. And Thrash Can is going to call off the jam. And Thrash Can picking up 13 points on their first attempt as a jammer tonight. So not a bad way to get your first jam in. And we are going to have a timeout as our officials make sure that everything is right on the scoreboard. Once again, the score 2:06 for your Lowcountry Highrollers, 63 for the Soul City Sirens. We've got 8 minutes, 12 seconds left to go in game number 1. But don't worry, we got another game coming up. As Lowcountry Highrollers, Bruisin Betties take on the Upstate Roller Girl, Upstate Roller Girl Evolution. The Urge team. Once again, we'd like to thank our ladies and gentlemen.
Fancy.
Such an excellent
Say
job.
again, fancy. I know, right? They put it right for me. Just let me know next time. I'll be like, yeah.
And the are at full strength 5-on-5 action as Panic gets ready to jam for Soul City. Chewbacca jamming for Lowcountry. And Panic finds that inside line is able to get through. And Chewbacca charging through as well. It looks like Panic picked up a penalty. So Panic into the sit-in. Joined there by Betties. Cash. Chewbacca getting around the outside line. To put 4 points there for your Lowcountry All-Stars. Chewbacca with the full set of steam coming up. Ford's fighting a hill. Nice job slowing her down and stopping her and forcing her to the outside. And Chewbacca's going to go ahead and call off that jam.
Sing it, Troy. You know the words.
This next jam is going to feature Chuck Perkins or Jim Cham. Jim Cham against Striker. Oh, Jam takes a big pop from Detroit Pump, uses it to get around the outside of the track. Some of the lead jammers pass very quickly. Butter Popcorn back on the track after big hit a little bit earlier. Doing some battle there with Striker. We got Detroit Pump taking on Jam Checker. That's a great example of power versus power there. And Jam Jam is not getting any kind of advantage. Goes ahead, falls off the jam. So 2 points being put on the board by the Soul City Sirens. Brings the score up to 11 for the Lowcountry Highrollers, 65 for the Soul City Sirens. 5.5 minutes left to go in this game. Once again, we're going to see Nikki Drewblood dotting the star for Lowcountry. Panic taking the star for Soul City. Panic switches fields, takes that inside line, and has some real estate. Picks up the lead jam status, but Nikki Drewblood just really Panic in. It's almost like a scene from Jaws. We're going to go for Lowcountry. once again, Chulaka jamming for the All-Stars. We're going to have number 404, Boys Ivy, jamming for Soul City. Chulaka looking for that line. Detroit phone stops Poison Ivy's. Ivy's trying to get around that outside. Beautiful blocking there by Detroit. And Chulaka picks up the lead jammer status. Got a full head of steam coming up to the pack. Nice job by the Soul City defense. Beautiful push there by Florence Fighting Hell. And Chewy pops through the pack. It's going to be 4-4 for Lowcountry. Poison Ivy started out with the star, and Stingray wearing it now. As Chulaka pops through. And a good full head of steam there. Blocker looking for that line. Nice little switch of fields. And blocking through again. And Chulaka still has 40 seconds on the jam clock. 12 points on the board. Make that 16. So Chulaka looking for a 20-point jam herself. Oh, nice job by Soul City. Did a little Malachi crunch there. Florence Fighting Hell, Poison Ivy, 5-0. But once again, Florence Fighting Hell with a saving block there. That jam comes to its conclusion. A 19-pointer there by Chulaka. So a huge jam for Lowcountry Highrollers. We're coming up on our last couple of jams of this game. And I will remind the teams that we do have our MVP awards coming up for Jammer, Blocker, and most class ball kicking ass. And these awards are voted for by the teams. So I will remind both coaches and players to start thinking about who your MVP, blocker, jammer, and most class are. Nikki Drewblood. Once again, making the pass, gets around down the outside after taking a little bouncing action. Nikki with 4 points on the board. And Nikki Drewblood. I think we know what's going to happen in just a second, but it's going to take Ghost getting up to the back. And there you go. Nikki Drewblood calls off the jam with just a little over 1 minute and 10 seconds to go. That means we are going to have one final jam. Ladies and gentlemen, if you've enjoyed this first game, let these players know and make some noise. Wow, such an incredible effort by both teams out there. So many hard hits. And this last jam is going to be a great setup. We've got Hannah who's done so much work for Soul City tonight. And then we got Chulaka who just, towards the end here, has just finally found the seams and putting plates up on the board just willy-nilly. Hannah making it through the pack. Detroit Club getting a shot on Panic. And Chulaka getting through with that scoring run. 8 points already. And shooting, ducking the offense. And another smooth pass there for Chewbacca. Beautiful pirouette, turn number 2. Great blocking there. For some reason, I have a feeling that was probably Buttercup on that block. As Chewy finds tries to go the inside line. Chopper going to Sidney. As once again, Detroit Funk taking Panic out of bounds and forcing her to cycle behind. And Panic able to get around Catalyst to Detroit. But ladies and gentlemen, that is going to bring us to our final whistle. Once again, I would like to remind the teams to start thinking about your most valuable jammer, most valuable blocker, and most class while kicking ass. As we wait for the score to become official, we will ask you to come trackside and slap hands with the teams. And ladies and gentlemen, it is official. The winners of game number 1 by a score of 253-69. Make some noise for your Lowcountry Highrollers! Ladies and gentlemen, they put up a heck of a fight, and man, there was a lot of hits going on. Make some noise for the Soul City Sirens! And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be bringing you the MVP awards in just a few moments as we get them.
Next time we'll pick up another bar.
I thought I would. I just took, I thought it was
I gotta get that thing.
and you know,
Alright. They said these are supposed to be
I'm about to have their
Now, don't go too far, ladies and gentlemen. They apparently sold out of the Dutch, so they're going to do one of the throws in just a little bit after we do our MVPs. So don't go too far.
Think about that. What needs to be guarded? Not big. Alright. Wow. Does he need something?
I'm literally.
I think dudes have the trip if I can leave.
Yes, go.
But I'll come back over and I'll relieve you of
Please
this.
just take a picture. There's no
Relieve you of this.
I promise. Right there. I literally.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have our MVP votes.
Oh my God!
And again, this is a wonderful thing. This is voted for by the opposing team. So we'll start with the Soul City Sirens. The most valuable blocker for the Soul City Sirens, as voted for by the Lowcountry Highrollers, skater number 87, Stingray. Over here. And the most valuable jammer for the Soul City Sirens, Jam Biggs. This one. And for the most class, while kicking ass for the Soul City Sirens, number 69, Peter Pan. And now, for your Lowcountry Highrollers, the most valuable blocker is voted for by the Soul City Sirens, skater number 21, Mama Trauma. The most valuable jammer for Lowcountry Highroll and All-Stars, skater number 17, Chewbacca. They're all now, right? Right here. Oh, which one? You go, Mom. You got a full hands. And for the most class, while kicking ass, for the Lowcountry Highrollers, skater 817, Petty Cash. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your most valuable players. And like I said, we've got a chuck nut coming up, so don't go very far. Have a little extra dump tossing today.
Okay, everybody, are you ready for the duck toss? For you chuck and duck, everybody got their chucks and their ducks ready for us today. We sold out of all our ducks, so we're going to be doing it a bit early. Okay? So if you have a duck, come up to the line.
Very good. There you go. Keep going. Be cocky there. All right, laugh.
Hey, sorry, people. Because names.
No, I already did it. That was the first one. I rounded everybody up.
And then it's going to be one of the steps into that action. Okay, are you ready to check the door? Okay, people. On the count of 3, you're going to chuck her down into the center. Remember, you get into the center, closest to the center. You get half the cost that we have today here.
You want me to do it?
Other half is going to be going to our charity field today. She's on that great charity. There's women's, learn how to do sports, surfboarding, skateboarding, check them out. They're over there. Okay. On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3, shut up! Oh, we got some real close contenders. I see one almost on the top. Oh, we got knocked in the middle. That was so close. We got one more real close. The closest one is in the corner. Anybody can knock that thing. Oh, you were so close. There's 30 ducks over here. Chuck them all, people. Chuck them all. Press and rolling. I still got that one duck right here in the center. It is the closest. He didn't even knock that duck out. Oh, he just got even closer. We got any more ducks? I believe in all of you. Okay, wait, I got a bag of ducks. I got a bag of ducks over here. So we have an extra bag of ducks here. And I want to give. So some people sadly could not make it to our game to do this thing. So I'm going to let some people chuck an extra duck, okay? Raise your hand if you want to chuck an extra duck. Somebody else will not win this fun bucket. This is for somebody else, okay? Put it up. Audience. Give it up. You want it up? What's that duck? That's a duck. Chuck it. Oh, chuck it. Chuck that duck. Look, just chuck it. Here's one to chuck. That's a good job. You're the one to chuck next time. Here you go. Oh, special. Here you go. We got some extra things here. We're going to chuck the duck. Lovely people that chuck today. Here you go. Let's chuck that duck. Try it again. Very special. Chuck it more. Oh, I got that last. That's up there. I see it. Chuck it. Here you go. And I'm going to give the last duck to the lovely little spear that helped me sell all these ducks today. You know, you love that the cowboy hats are Bruisin. Chuck it. I believe in all of you, and I think all of y'all did an amazing job. But, everybody, can I do one last shot? Every single person has chucked their duck, correct? Raise your hand if you haven't chucked it. Okay? I believe in all of y'all, and I think y'all did a wonderful job. There is one person, Buffalo, that did the best at chucking the duck. That is number 52. Anybody remember their numbers? Alright, I'm going to look through this little spreadsheet. You watch me write your names in. I'm going to look for your numbers.
Hey, I'm happy to participate. Okay, with this.
Thank you so much, Brady. Thank you so much, everybody, for participating today. Do know your after contributions do go to a great charity that we have here today. Again, do check them out. And thank you for coming to today's game. Thank you again to the Lowcountry Highrollers, Betties, and you are teams. And thank you, Ernst, for coming out here today. We love you. Woo!
Hey, do the goat stuff on the live stream. Do the goat stuff. Goat. Don't worry, I have. They're not super steady. Well, the realtor has been, but like, he's asking about a work question. I guess he's going to ask a hard question. I don't know. And Laura texted me about her age.
Chewy. Ken.
Do I know him?
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the concession area is open for your eating and drinking pleasure. Don't forget to stop by the Lowcountry Highrollers merchandise table for incredible gear. My favorite is the logo. And that looks pretty cool. Check it out. Also, check out our pride table right next to it. Like I said, we'll be starting in just a few minutes. Hey, just to let you guys know, we are doing a second Chuck and Dog. So if you had fun the first time, do it again because you can even have more fun. We'll be doing that at halftime. We'll also have the Farrell State Charleston Women's Self-Defense Show at halftime. It is going to be a few more minutes before we get started. So you can take that opportunity to grab yourself something to eat at the concessionary, grab some great merchandise from the Lowcountry Highroller merchandise table, and also check out our Pride table. It is Pride Month here, and we are big supporters at Lowcountry.
So again, everybody, if you want to go for a second round, that's right, a second round of Chuck and the Fine Feet or the Rainbow Cowboy hat around, walk in here to see if we can get any more people for it, because we ran out. We ran out. We might have not gotten all y'all. So just in case, we can put a second bout, everybody.
You're presently looking for a lockup. You have the line work? All righty, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to get going. If you guys are ready to see the Bruisin Betties take on Urge, let's make a little noise out there. Well, let's get things started. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your visiting team for game number 2. Let's hear it for Urge Roller Derby! And now, it's time to meet your players for Urge. Starting it off, skater number 3, without luck. Skater 09, Slice. Skater number 13, Scarlet Fever. Skater number 16, Missy Mayhem. Skater number 22, Ferdy Fatal. Skater number 39 is Stucker Punch. Skater number 55, Anita Henry. Skater number 75, Harley Hot Wheels. Skater number 79, Daft Punk. Skater 247, Jamazon Prime. Skater 314, Betties Non-Stopping. Skater 615, Brutal McNoodle. Skater 718, Mustang Jesse. And skater 735, Snake Gyllenhaal. Coaching Urge is by Furious and Dr. McNoodle. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for Urge Roller Derby. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to meet your Bruisin Betties! Skating for the Bruising Betties tonight, starting it off, skater number 2, Wendy Scarling. Skater number 10, Red. Skater number 19, High Caliber. Skater number 27, Trash Can. Skater number 38, Junkyard Jewel. Skater number 43, Strawberry Short Skate. Skater number 44, Skirt Chaser. Skater number 71, Beelzebubs. Skater 107, Ruthless Skater Ginsburg. Skater 414, Fruit Punch. Skater number 501, Striker. Skater number 616, Punky Bruiser. Skater number 859, Tasmania. Number 864, Nikki Drew Blood. And skater 915, Hot Pursuit. Coaching the Bruising Betties are Jamie and Catalyst. Ladies and gentlemen, make some noise for your Bruising Betties. And once again, at this time, we'd appreciate it if you ladies and gentlemen would please make some noise for our ladies and gentlemen in black and white. And if you would also please join us in singing happy birthday to Ken B. Bride. It's his 40th. Let's make it a special one. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Ladies and gentlemen, I give you the one, the only Ken B. Bride. Well, we are ready for round number 2 of Derby coming at you right here in the Charleston Area Convention Center. Once again, Urge coming from the Greenville, South Carolina area. They're going to be in blue. Your Lowcountry Highrollers in black with pink trim. Starting it out, start out with Strawberry Short Stick, taking the jam star for Bruisin. That is number 79, Daft Punk, with the star of Urge. Daft Punk gets a nice little tush push there by Junkyard Jewel. And we'll make it here on Short Stick. Once again, we appreciate your patience as we look for our skaters' health interests. These are important to this game. We like to have out skaters. So this incarnation is going to have number 107, Ruthless Skater Ginsburg, taking on Daft Punk. Still trying to work around Junkyard Jewel. Jewel getting a little help as Ruthless Skater Ginsburg picks up the first jam of game 2. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg tries that inside line, goes a little more outside, and gets tripped up as she exits the back. And those are the first points of game number 2. Going for the Bruisin Betties. Fergie Fatal going to the penalty box as Junkyard Jewel coming out. That's going to be another 4 points on the board for Ruthless Skater Ginsburg, and Daft Punk emerges from the pack. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg already putting 8 points on the board, calls off the jam as they come up to the pack, negating any chance that Daft Punk can put points on her. Nice defensive strategy at the end of that jam. This time to the jam line, we're going to see Pitney non-stopping, as well as number 501 Striker. I love the fur leggings that Striker is wearing. That used to be so incredibly popular. Like 3/4 of the skaters at one point had the fur leggings. Bringing style back to roller derby. Pitney non-stopping picks up the first lead jam for Urge. Striker trying to reel her in as non-stopping going around the outside of the Lowcountry defense. Picks up a couple of points. So we're going to have Scarlet Fever, number 13, jamming for Urge. Number 616, that's Funky Bruiser, jamming for Lowcountry, Bruisin Betties. Scarlet Fever got a nice jump, got out around the pack, picks up the lead jam for the second time now for Urge. Oh, nice little bump and run there by Scarlet Fever, as Scarlet's putting 4 points on the board. Funky Bruiser, right on her 6, puts 4 points on the board as well. Oh, full contact there as Skirt Chaser and Scarlet Fever catching up, and Scarlet Fever is going to be sent to the penalty box. So we've got a power jam going on right now for Funky Bruiser. Funky out in front. 3, 2, 1, and 3. And Funky Bruiser putting 4 points on the board. Funky looking at that 3 ball. Mustang Jesse kind of controlling the top of that one. And Scarlet Fever going by. That's Mustang Jesse doing battle with Funky Bruiser. Both teams putting some points on the board. Nice pop there by Nikki Trueblood. And once again, Funky Bruiser up to the front of that pack. Mustang Jesse commanding that 3 wall. Funky Bruiser putting up a 16-point jam there with Bruisin Betties. Scarlet Fever putting up 11 points on that jam, keeping Urge right in the game. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg and Daft Punk, the jammers. Daft Punk, the jammer for Urge. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg, the jammer number 107 in black for Bruisin Betties. Ruthless doing some battle up front there. And Ruthless Skater Ginsburg is going to pick up another lead jam. Ruthless getting around the outside, gets a little pop there from Slice, and calls off the jam. Back to the jam line with the C-Skater number 314, Pitney non-stopping, taking on number 501, that is the Bruisin Betties Striker. Striker was on that outside line, but that got shut down by Furby Fatal. Pitney non-stopping on the second effort. Both jammers out of the pack, almost at the same time. We got a little jammer on jammer action. Striker is the lead jammer. Now Pitney gets the advantage, so Striker calls that one off. No points being put on that jam. So our score, just a little over 7 minutes into the game. We've got 30 points for the Bruisin Betties. First to be. Funky Bruiser, back to the jam. Scarlet Fever. Back on the whistles. As Funky Bruiser gets through the pack, picks up the lead jammer status. Oh, now going to have a power jam once again. Scarlet Fever goes to the penalty box. With that updated score, 28-15 present score. Funky Bruisin slowing. Check your speeds, comes into the pack. Urge with a nice little 3-ball. You got Red up there trying to disrupt the 3-ball so Funky Bruiser could get through, and effectively does so. But Funky Bruiser picks up 7 points on that jam. 31-15 the present score. 21 minutes, 10 seconds left in this first half. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg, the lone jammer on the floor. Scarlet Fever standing in the box. So we're back to 5-on-5 action. Scarlet Fever cycles back. Junkyard Jewel doing some great defensive work out there so far. Then Scarlet Fever emerges from the pack. That's going to be your lead jammer for Urge.
Let's go, Newtons!
And Scarlet Fever able to break through the front of the Bruisin Betties defense and call it off the jam. Not quite sure if Dutaz had enough time to get into the pack and put points on it. There are 4 points being put on the board for Urge. Three points for the Bruisin Betties. Beautiful, beautiful tush shot there by Slice, sending Striker rolling. Red taking Daft Punk out of bounds. Daft Punk having to cycle in behind. Thrash Man back in on the track as Striker picks up the lead jammer status once again. And we are back to full straightforward derby 5-on-5 as Striker makes her way through the pack. That's going to be another fast 4 for the Bruisin Betties. Striker changing fields, goes from the inside to the outside. I believe that was Slice on that hit. And Slice is going to make Striker go all the way back. Nice recycle move there. And Striker back to the front of the pack. That jam is going to come to its end. Striker putting 12 points for them as the Bruisin Betties add on to their lead. Present score 46-19. Just a little over 17 minutes left to go in this first half of game number 2. Funky Bruiser taking on Pippi non-stopping. Funky looking out of that outside line. Mustang Jesse once again banding that 3-ball. Penny not stopping, can be sent to the sin bin. That means Monkey Bruiser's got a power jam. We've got a 5-on-3 advantage right now for Betties as High Caliber comes back into the game from the penalty box. And Urge sends Slice back on as well as Penny. I believe that's Harley Hot Wheels going to get back into the penalty box. So the Bruisin Betties still with a slight advantage as Penny not stopping puts 4 points on the board. Monkey Bruiser squeezes out another point pair at the end. But Urge able to slip in and pick up 4 points. 47-23, the present score, 15 minutes, 45 seconds left to go. Strawberry Shortcake back in, glad to see that after the injury on that first jam. Glad to see Strawberry back there. When that jam gets started, she's going to be jamming against Scarlet Fever, number 13 for Urge. Now the concession area is still open, but they may be closing fairly soon. So if you are hungry, you are thirsty, grab something to eat, grab something to drink. Also, we will be doing a second Chuck-a-Duck. So you will have the opportunity. I'm sure they'll be going around selling more ducks in just a little bit. Or at least that's what I understand. We're supposed to be doing another Chuck-a-Duck. Once again, if you haven't had enough fun watching Derby tonight, you can come hang out with us after the whole shebang is done over at Neighborhood Tap Room. That's where our after party is going to be. There's very few chances that people ever have when the teams invite them to go to the after parties with them. And roller derby is just one of those great sports in that we want you to come out, hang out with us, have some fun as they let off a little steam that they've earned for the night. So come join us in the Neighborhood Tap Room. Strawberry Shortcake, Scarlet Fever. Strawberry around the outside. So Strawberry Shortcake with a quick burst. Sent the lead jammer status through Bruisin Betties. And a beautiful job by the blocking core opening up that inside line. And Strawberry just ate up that real estate. So at present, we have an empty box. Number 107, Ruthless Skater Ginsburg, jamming for the Bruisin Betties. Number 79, Daft Punk, jamming for Urge. And doing a nice job taking Daft Punk out of bounds, making the cycle back. Gills Babs getting in on a little bit on the hitting action there. Ruthless. One left to beat. Nice little back and forth action. Freeze Ruthless again to another 4 points as we see Mustang just going to the penalty box. Ooh, Skater takes a nice little fall. Look for that inside line, but that got shut down. for Snake Gyllenhaal, as well as Sucker Punch. And once again, the penalties just keep on detracting from the Urge squad. As Ruthless Skater Ginsburg looks for that inside line, but that gets beautifully shut down. Snake Gyllenhaal doing a nice job taking that. But Ruthless comes back, finds the seam, puts up 4 points on the board for the Bruisin Betties. And we're going to see Red going to the box as time runs out on that jam. A big 16-point jam there for Ruthless Skater Ginsburg. And the Bruisin Betties add on to their lead. That score now 67-19 with 12 minutes, 20 seconds left to go in this first half of our final game here. Pippi non-stopping, jamming for Urge. We got Punky Bruiser jamming again for the Bruisin Betties. Pippi sees that outside line and heats it up. Urge picking up the lead jam. So Pippi driven to the inside. Slice heading to the penalty box. Punky Bruiser makes it through the pack. But so does Pippi non-stopping. So eight points on that jam for Pippi. That's going to raise Urge's score to 27. 11 minutes to go in this half. Skater number 2 with the Scarlet jamming for the Bruisin Betties. Number 13 back to the line for Urge, and that's Scarlet Fever. Scarlet Fever picking up the lead jam. Status for Urge. And Scarlet Fever. Nice little chip over there. Picking up a fast 4. Mustang Jesse and Fernie Fatal doing some great defensive work. Scarlet Fever pushed through that inside, sliced back down into the mix, as well as Hartley Hot Wheels. We presently have an empty penalty box. Wendy Scarlet coming up, a little contact there with Mustang Jesse, and that jam is going to be called off. Another 8-point jam there for Urge. That score now 75-35. Bruisin Betties with a 40-point lead, just under 9.5 minutes to go in this half. Daft Punk taking the line once again for Urge. We got Lucky Bruiser jamming for the Bruisin Betties. And Punky gets that inside line and just eats it up. We got some skate falling apart on the floor, so somebody's skate is coming apart. We'll find out again. There you go. The high caliber and have our skate covered out. That'll be fixed momentarily. Slice coming back in from the penalty box. And Punky Bruiser Some nice moves getting it through the pack. Turn number 3. Nice little shot there from Bruisin. Sends Monkey Bruiser out of bounds. Then Monkey's going to have to recycle. Down pump, finding a little room around the outside. And that's going to tell Monkey to call off the jam. So Verge, once again, able to put some points on the board as the Bruisin Betties pick up 10. 86 to 43. 7 minutes, 40 seconds. And we have a timeout once again on the floor. Once again, we'd like to thank our great sponsors. We'd like to thank Charles Cotton Exchange, who is our fantastic merchandise sponsor. Also, Long Point Family Chiropractic, Dr. Probst Dentistry, Blue and Gold Auto Salvage, Sparkles and Spice Photography, and Mike Barr and NBC Sports Medicine. And let's not forget the North Charleston Coliseum Performing Arts Center and Charleston Area Convention Center are home for Lowcountry.
Are you ready to speak?
Once again, at our halftime, we will be doing another Chuck a Duck. We'll also have the Carroll State Charleston Women's Self-Defense exhibition. We're looking forward to that. This next jam will start with 50 non-stopping. Jamming for Urge, and we got Strawberry Short Skate jamming for the Bruisin Betties. Urge setting a nice little 3-wall there. Short Skate tries to get around the outside, gets a little shot there from Mustang Jesse. Bernie Pickle gets in there. And we've got both our jammers coming out of the pack just about at the same time. Pretty sure that is the point to Short Skate. So Short Skate is going to call off the jam as they're coming back. No points scored. $86 to 43. Bruisin score. Just under 7 minutes to go. Daft Punk once again donning the jam star for Urge. Ruth Skeeter. Pittsburgh. Once again, donning the star for the Bruisin Betties. Both defenses bunching up right at the jammer line. And it's going to be Ruthless once again emerging as your lead jammer. Daft Punk looking for that inside line, gets a pop there, trash can on that one. Slice doing a nice job. Last hit from Ruthless, but Ruthless recovers, gets by. It's 4 points for the Emperor. Ruthless slides to the outside of State Gyllenhaal. And once again, Ruthless is Ginsburg driving through. And he did trying to get that last shot on her. Ruthless just bounced on through. Missy Mayhem dons the jam star for Urge. And that jam's going to get called off just as they get back up to the pack. So a 12-point jam there for the Bruisin Betties. That's going to extend their lead to 55. Present score 98 for the Bruisin Betties and Urge 43. 5 minutes, 50 seconds, 4 minutes, 50 seconds left to go in this first half of our final game here at the Charleston Convention Center. Striker and Scarlet Fever, once again, dotting the jam star. Striker taking that inside line, and those fuzzy little legs pick up the lead jammer status once again. Mustang Jesse put the hit on Striker, and Striker just powered through. Scarlet Fever coming up on the pack, but Striker ready to pounce. The Striker calls the jam just as they come up to the pack. So no points for Urge. Striker picks up 4 points for the Bruisin Betties, and we have our first team over the century mark. 102 to 43, the score. Once again, they're going around selling ducks. 1 duck for $2, 3 ducks for $5. You get another chance to win at halftime. Slice dotting the jam star now. So Slice jamming for Urge. Monkey Bruiser, the first Urge from the pack. And picks up the lead jammer status. Slice trying to catch up. Right on, and gonna force the call off on Punky. So once again, that first call off, no score on that last jam. At 5 seconds is going to be, we got jam number 20 about to start. Strawberry, Shortcake, and Billy non-stopping. Taking the jamming rolls, Billy slides through as the jammers like neck and neck come out of the pack, but this time it's Pitney's advantage. And Pitney with a slight lead gets in, drives to the outside. Gonna have to cycle back. And Strawberry works her way through the pack, and that's going to be 4 points there for the Bruisin Betties. Ooh, and Pitney being sent to the penalty box, and that means Strawberry is the lone jammer out on the floor in a power jam for the Bruisin Betties. Strawberry Shortcake making her way through. That is the second match for Strawberry so far. Strawberry, little spin down. Looking for some room. Smucker Punch taking her to the outside, so she switches sides. Brutal McDoodle trying to nail down on that outside line as well as Fergie Fatal. Debbie Knob stopping on the floor. That jam is going to come to its natural 2-minute conclusion. Well, this next jam is going to start with just a few seconds left to go on the jam clock. So it will be the last jam of this first half. So that means it's pretty much your last chances to go ahead and get your chuck-it-ups. We will be doing that at halftime as well as the Federal State Charleston Women's Self-Defense Exhibition. So we got some great halftime stuff coming up for you. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg, picking up another lead jammer status. Scarlet Fever trying to figure out what to do with that bruised net defense. And I really got to say, I really thought like that first game was more about the offensive and decent defensive play of the bulk skaters for Lowcountry. They did an amazing job both on defense and offense. Scarlet Fever goes to the outside as that jam comes to its conclusion. That's another 4 points on the board for the Bruisin Betties Ruthless Skater Ginsburg. As we come into halftime, the Bruisin Betties with a 67-point lead over Urge with a score of 118-51. Once again, get yourselves ready as we have our second Chuck and Up coming up in just a few moments. Once again, last chance to get your ducks.
But we're going to go ahead and our demo from Federal State Charleston. They are a women's self-defense and empowerment class, and they're going to demo for y'all. Everyone give it up for Federal State. It's directly to me because I have the biggest mouth in the group. And I've already tried. That's typical. All right. First of all, thank you guys so much for letting us come tonight. We are a non-profit in the area, and our entire goal is really to teach women how to defend and protect themselves. We're also working on several other areas like financial literacy, but it's really about community and rallying around the women in our community that need us and need our help. But we do amazing events. We've done Valentine's, we've done women-owned markets, we've done a carnival. So we do different events throughout the year, and then we also do self-defense classes. So what you're going to get tonight is a little taste of that, because all women, as you can see from the women that you see here tonight, who can clearly defend themselves on the floor here, all women need to know how to defend themselves. And unfortunately, but also fortunately, we have all met because we've all been in those situations. And I think far too many women in our community have been in those situations. So, so we're going to do a little bit of that tonight. Don't mind me, I'm just over here trying to time it so I don't completely screw up their time here. But yeah, our whole goal is we don't back down, we fight back. So, thank you for tonight, and we're going to go from there. But yeah, Feral State teaches women how to move through the world with power, and we're going to start that by owning our own space. So the first thing we're going to do is show you the command stance. So, we have the hands, right? You got to protect the moneymaker, so protect that face. Knees kind of bent, so you can move as you need to without hurting yourself. And kind of, feet shoulder width apart, so there you go. Also, just so you guys know, I did not introduce us, so we're doing great. This is Claudia. She's the president of Feral State. I am Audra. I am kind of director of marketing / the loudmouth of the South. And then we have our beautiful Evie, who is going to be our attacker for the evening. So, anyway, so we have the stance. So knees kind of bent, hands up, defend the face. And then we're going to go into what we call grab space. So we've all been in different situations where we've been grabbed in different ways. And so you need to know how to get out of that. That's super important. So the first thing that we're going to do is wrist. If you are grabbed by the wrist. So she's going to grab her. She's going to grab the hand to basically take back some of that power, right? So they think they have power over you by grabbing the wrist. She's taking some of that power back by stepping in, grabbing the wrist, and then just twisting her arm behind her, kick them in the knees. There's going to be a lot of kicking and a lot of groin gouges. Okay, so go with that. So that's a wrist grab, and then next is going to be a side hug. So we all been in those situations before. Crazy side hug. So she's going to grab her hand, throw that, there we go. Twist the arm, throw it down, push away. We love that you want to fight. We're here for the fighting, but a lot of it truly is about escaping. So a lot of the moves that you're going to see is Claudia pushing off of her because she's pushing her body in the opposite direction and getting away. So you're getting out of the situation, you're escaping the situation, you're getting away. As much as we would love to say, stay and fight, it's really about escaping that situation. The next one is going to be the bear hug. So she's going to get her from behind. She's going to grab the arm to create that space. She's going to turn her head, put the chin down, drop the weight, and then she's going to step on her foot, and then just groin. That's what you need. So you're dropping to give that space, turning your head, so you're creating that space between their arm and your neck. Then you're stomping on the foot. That's the first kind of distraction, but also pain mechanism. And then the groin gouge. That's our fave go-to, right? Groin gouge. All right, so after the bear hug, you're now going to do the hair grab. So grabbing the hair, if she tries to pull away, it's not going to work. So then she just uses the arm, goes over, takes it down. Yep, perfect. Push away, escape. Love it. All right, so we've gone through kind of the grab escapes, and now we're going to do the strikes that are going to stop a threat. I'm going to emphasize here, use your voice. You all have it, even if it's not something that you get loud on a regular basis, get loud. Like you're fighting for your life. So get loud, use your voice, and whenever you strike, shout it out. So the first one we're going to do is the palm strike. And let me reiterate that she is hitting her at the nose. That is death, potentially. So we do not encourage death unless potentially you are actually fighting for your life. But if you strike it there, you're pushing them back and catching them off guard. It hits like a punch, but it also is going to save your wrist. Make sure you keep your wrist strong and straight. And then we have an elbow strike, which is a short, vicious, unstoppable strike, right? It goes straight in. And then Claudia's absolute favorite, because apparently she's a karate kid, is the spinning back elbow. And this is complete. Yep, leverage your foot, get in front of them, strike back. It's something they're not expecting if they're coming at you. And then all of our personal favorites, eat a grind. And works every time. Works every time. So we love that guy. Yeah, and then the next piece we have some situational. So if Claudia, if someone came at you, right? Let's say you're going to your car, it's night. We work nights over here sometimes at bars, not in the other ways, ladies. But if someone's coming at you and you're trying to get to your car in the middle of the night, and let's say they're trying to come at you and attack you, what's the first thing you would do, right? So she goes back, she takes a step back, she puts the space in between them, she uses her voice to say no very loudly, and then there's two ways you can handle this going back to our strikes and then the holds. So she can either utilize the palm strike, which we showed if they get too close, or if they grab her wrist, which sometimes they get a little too fancy, grab the wrist, go back to that. And again, it's all about just getting out of that situation. So yeah, I mean, those are some of the main pieces. Obviously, like I said, you've seen here today in the roller derby, they're not afraid to defend themselves. And unfortunately, in everyday life, these are situations that women are put in daily. And just to give you a little bit of context to that, we've done several self-defense classes at this point, but the one that sticks out to me the most is the first one that we did. And one of the girls that came to our self-defense class that very night was followed home by a man. And he tried to get into her front door. So when I say to you, right, I hope that maybe you haven't been in a situation like this, you truly never know. And you never know where it's going to come from, you never know when it's going to come. But that day, she was in our self-defense class, and that night she was followed home. So this can come out of anywhere. It can be a partner, it can be a stranger on the street. And unfortunately, we've had many, many conversations with lots of women that have been dealing with this. So what I will tell you is we would love your support. Please feel free to follow us on social media. We have Facebook, we have Instagram. We're Feral State CHS, and we do lots of amazing events. We rally around the women in our community that need it. We were at Odd Duck Market last week. We raised money for a woman in the community named Nikki, who just lost her son to cancer and is unfortunately fighting her own battle. So we are here to step in for the women in our community when they need us in all capacities. So we would love to help with self-defense, with financial literacy, with giving, resources to women getting out of tough situations, but then also rallying together as a community and doing these fun events to help raise this money and to do those sort of things. So please follow us on Instagram, on Facebook, come to our events, come to our self-defense classes. We will make sure that we put all of that on there. But yeah, thank you guys so much. We appreciate it. For Feral State. Is everybody ready for the second Shaka Talk? I need everybody to the pink line, please thank you everybody that came here today, our safety class. And again, please do check out our charity organization. Remember, half the pot will be going to these people and half the pot will be going to you. Now, does everybody remember the rules? If you don't, I'm going to say it a second time. I want you to chuck this duck right here in this circle. Closest duck wins the pot, okay? Now, are you ready? I'm going to go on the count of three. 1, 2, 3, chuck it! Come on, we got some close contenders. Nobody needs to make it in the nice. Come on, people. Who threw a coin? Who threw a coin? I got one duck close, man. Come on, people. I need closer to the circle, not now. We got a couple here, a couple there. I got maybe 3 ducks on the kiss line. Come on, people. Roll them. Chuck them. I don't know. I got one coming in from afar. I got one coming in from a real close. What are these coins? I'm keeping this. Okay, we got one duck the closest to the center. It's going to be on the top teeth right there. Does everybody have the ducks? Please chuck their ducks. Alright, do we have any extras? Can I make it? Okay. Oh, I hate this number. Look at that. Oh, we got 2 more. Chuck your ducks, man. Chuck your ducks. I gotta put this back. Who threw that? Jamie! Okay, now has everybody chucked their duck? Okay, I'm gonna grab this one again. Oh my god, that's hilarious. That's hilarious. I'm just gonna grab these other 2 also. They've got them a little kissy face now. Now, for half the pot, this man came up in the very last second. He announced that we were going to be done with our chucking duck. I was like, no, I need more. I need more ducks. Can I please have Ryan to the center? Ryan, my favorite. Okay. Also, I was really kind of hoping. This man's shirt is so cool. He's like a little chicken. Look at the little freaking stuff going on here. Oh, magic. You have been our victor today. Thank you for participating. What a little count. Got a little charity over here. Do you want to say anything to the crowd?
Thanks for letting me be my King Tucker.
Thank you to our King Tucker Chucker, ladies and gentlemen. Now, I got 2 ducks here that are the second place winners, and I'm just going to let them. What's the mic? I don't want this mic anymore.
Once again, we'd like to thank everybody for participating in the Chuck It Up. We'd also like to thank the Carroll Street Charleston Women's Self-Defense Club. We also appreciate our Bout Boogie Babes from our first half. And we'd like to tell you a little something about our charity for tonight. It's called She's on Edge. And She's on Edge is a Charleston-based women's surf and skate collective. They host meetups and special events for ladies of all ages and skill levels to foster community, support growth, and have fun. To learn more, follow them on Instagram at She's on Edge, or She's on Mine Edge. Or just go to their table over by the pride flag and check them out. It's awesome to have a women's surf and skate collective here in Charleston. We know that our derby players are an incredible group, and you know the surfers and skaters in this area are too. So please go over by the pride flag and check them out. Once again, that's She's on Edge, the Charleston-based women's surf and skate collective. Go say hi and meet him there. Great. Well, we will be starting our second half very shortly. The first half we saw the Bruisin Betties come on strong with a 66-point lead. They are leading Urge by 118 to 52. But we still got a big second half to go. A lot of action, and we're going to see the adjustments that they came up with during halftime. Once again, we'd like to say another big shout out to our ladies and gentlemen in black and white, keeping all the rules straight. We really appreciate all of our referees, also our NSOs, all volunteers for that matter. It takes the whole community people to put on a roller derby bout, and we have a great community down here in Charleston, South Carolina. So thank you, everyone, for helping put this together and make it happen once again. And that means we are getting ready to start our second half. Coming out to the jammer line to start the second half are two of our high scorers. For our first half, we have Ruth Skinner Ginsburg, number 107 for the Bruisin Betties. And for Urge, we got number 314. That is Penny Non-Stopping. And Stryker with a nice little quick pop, taking Penny out of bounds, but Stryker earning a trip to the sit bin. And that's going to lead the Bruisin Betties down a couple speakers, which makes it a little bit easier for Penny Non-Stopping to get through that pack with a 5-on-3 advantage. So Penny, the first third, picking up the lead jam for our second half. Penny coming up, gets a nice pop there from Junkyard Jewel. Three points on that jam for Urge. Next up the line, we've got number 79, Daft Punk, jamming for Urge. Number 616, that's Funky Bruiser, jamming for the Bruisin Betties. Oh, and Daft Punk with a quick little move, slides through that inside line, and Urge picks up the second lead jam in a row. Daft Punk getting a pop there from Red, but absorbing it and getting through the back, picking up 4 points for the off effort. Punk sees Funky coming up the back and calls off the jam. So a nice 4 and out there for Urge. Once again to the jam line, we're going to see skater number 09, Slice. And skater number 27 for the Bruisin Betties. That's Thrash Can. Thrash Can out to the front as Slice got those legs pumping. And Thrash can. Out of the pack, into your hearts, lead jammer for the Bruisin Betties. Trash can. Little wild around the outside, but that's going to put another 4 points on the board. And trash can again around the outside. And trash can splits that defense. Another 4 points. Trash can putting 12 fast points. We still got 45 seconds left to go in this jam. Slice trying to find their way around that Bruisin Betty defense. Striker making through one. That jam is called 15 points on board for the Bruisin Betties. Purge was able to put them 7 of their own. As once again we see the matchup of Hippie non-stopping and Ruthless Spear Infer. Ruthless looks for that outside line. And Hippie non-stopping uses the real estate that was left alone to get through. So Hippie, once again, looking for that outside line, gets a pop there from Dutaz. Dutaz gets her out of bounds and forces the call. No points being scored. Once again, jamming for Burge, we've got Daft Punk. And for the Bruisin Betties, it's going to be Monkey Bruiser. Bruiser gets taken out of bounds, has to recycle into the back. Back to the front wall. No jammer really finding any freedom yet. Oh, and there we go. Monkey Bruiser finally emerging from the pack after about 40 seconds. A tough earned lead jammer status for Monkey. Little side block there from Furby Fatal. And Mustang Jesse dies the Jam Star. Monkey Bruiser wanting nothing of it, so Monkey's going to call on the jam after picking up 4 points. Once again, to the jam line, we see number 09, Slice, and number 27, that's Thrash Fan. And Thrash Can working on that front wall, and Slice has to recycle. Slice on the toe stops and finds a little bit of room. Slice picking up the lead jammer status for Urge. The trash can free and clearance. Nice blocking there by Needle Spabs. Trash can. Memories of Crystal Cut on that. Trash can has got incredibly low going around the outside on that. That low, it's almost impossible to see you, let alone even try to block you. And if you remember when the Columbia Lowcountry Crystal Cut, an expert at getting low around the outside. Probably one of my favorite derby pictures that I ever had seen was a picture of Crystal Cut. And she's barely 100 pounds with her skates on anyway. So here's this really small jammer getting as low as possible. And right next to her is none other than Detroit Funk getting as low as Crystal. And man, that was just a great battle to watch back in the day. That was just a lot of fun. And I gotta say, thanks, Trash Can, because you reminded me of that Crystal Cup moment. This next jam is going to start out with Skater Ginsburg as the jammer for the Bruisin Betties. And we got number 718, that's none other than Mustang Jesse. So Mustang Jesse officially jamming for the first time. We saw her do pass a little earlier. Skater Ginsburg picks up a trap. So we've got a power jam going on, but we also got a battle between Stryker and Mickey Drew Blood and Mustang Jesse. And getting in on that battle is going to be Skirt Chaser, as well as Junkyard Jules. Jesse going for that outside line, gets driven back, skating back around. This time back to the inside. And I believe we are going to see a cut being called. So we can do the little jammer do-si-do. I think Ruthless Skater Ginsburg was about to get out of the penalty box as it was. Normally, if you have a jammer in the penalty box and the other team's jammer goes in, the ruling on that is the first jammer that is in the penalty box is released immediately. Second jammer only has to spend the same amount of time in the penalty box as the first jammer did. But like I said, I believe Mustang Jesse went into the box about the same time that Pittsburgh was supposed to get out. So pretty much negating that. Going to be another 4 points being put on the board. Skater Ginsburg going around the outside. Mustang Jesse trying to find her way through, but that's a tough little four-wall. Skirt Chaser, Stryker, Jewel as well as Mickey Drew. And Ruthless Skater Ginsburg speeds by one more time, picking up 4 more points. And we are now just under 19 and a half minutes left to go here in our final half of action. The Bruisin Betties leading Urge 153 to 71. The Punk Squad back on the jam line. Punky Bruiser and Daft Punk. Bruiser finding a little bit of the seam, slides to the outside, and gets around the front. And Punky Bruiser picking up the lead jammer status. So with that legal day call, we're going to have a timeout. So 153-71 is the present score, 18-21 left. The window is closing on concessions, so we appreciate you guys meeting us tonight. We still have our merchandising table open over to the side, as well as our wonderful, wonderful charity for tonight. She's on edge. And Punky out front, doing battle with Scarlet Fever. Punky Bruiser getting by. Punky enjoying a 5-on-3 advantage right now. Once again, Scarlet Fever trying to hold Punky back. Slugger punch. Spend a little time in the submit. Beautiful pick there by Wendy Scarlet. As Punky Bruiser works her way between Scarlet Fever and Missy Mayhem. Daft Punk trying to find a line to the inside. That gets shut down by Do Tasmania. Wendy Scarlet picking up the blocking action after that. And a nice quick move to the outside. Got Daft Punk by. And Punky Bruiser calls off the jab as Daft Punk coming back around. So this next jam is going to feature once again a battle between Slice and Thrash Can. But we once again have a timeout on the floor. So again, we would like to thank our great sponsors for tonight, Charleston Cotton Exchange, our merchandise sponsor, Long Point Family Fire Chiropractic, Dr. Frozen Dentistry, Blue Gold Auto Salvage, Sparkles and Spice Photography, as well as Mike Barr and MUSC Sports Medicine. Once again, you can join us at the after party at Neighborhood Tap Room. Come join the skaters for the after party. If you can join the shots they've been giving out all night, maybe you can buy them one or two yourselves. Also, another thank you to Sabrina Vogt for singing our national anthem. Our next home bout is going to be August 2nd. Cruel Summer is coming. So get ready. It's a fun tournament. They brought it back. It used to be done up in Myrtle Beach. And now they have revised it and it's now done in August down here in Charleston. So August 2nd, our next bout, Cruel Summer. Come on by and join us. Once again, our awesome charity that we're working with tonight, She's on Edge. They're over there by the pride flag. They are a Charleston-based women surf and skate collective. They host meetings and special events for ladies of all ages and skill levels to foster community, support growth, and have fun. To learn more, follow them on Instagram at She's Line On Line Edge, or go visit their table over by the pride flag. Now they will be packing up merchandise and stuff probably before too much longer. So if you haven't gotten yourself a Lowcountry Highrollers shirt or some gear, go get yourself some while you still can. We've still got about 16 and a half minutes left in our bout tonight. And after all is said and done, we're going to see Punky Bruiser spending a little time in the penalty box. And that means Slice is going to be the lone jammer on the floor. Slice. It's got a 3-wall being supported there by a striker. Nice job. That was not much that one that came up there and broke up the Bruisin Betties defense. As Slice finds a little room. And Slice is going to make it through, putting 4 points on the board. Funky Bruiser back in the game and through the pack as Slice looks to get around the outside. Brett takes a bump and run and makes it. So Slice with 8 points already. Slice sees Funky Bruiser in the pack and calls off the jam. Funky was able to put 3 points up on the board. So Urge taking the advantage there, 8-3 on the scores, 167-79 the present score. Once again at the jam line, we've got number 27 Thrash Panda jamming for the Bruisin Betties, number 41 Ford. 59 stopping, jamming for Urge. Urge starting with 2 players on the floor as one getting ready to come in from the penalty box. Jimmy not stopping, trying to play a little heavy for the time there. The Thrash Can able to break through. Picks up the lead jammer status. And Thrash. Just kind of bounces her face off a couple of people in that coming in there. Jimmy and Thrash. Neck and neck as they're coming around. Thrash Can gonna call off the jam. Once again, jam for the Bruisin Betties. We got the Ruthless Skater Ginsburg. And for Urge, it's going to be Daft Punk. And Daft Punk emerges from the back with the lead jammer status. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg. Making it free as Daft trying to figure out a way to get past that 3-wall and back. They've been doing a great job, that combination of those 4 players on defense. And that jam gets called. No score on that last one, which keeps our score at 171-79. Just under 13 minutes left to go as we're about to start jam number 13. Funky Bruisin and Slice. Oh, Slice is getting a big pop there from Wendy Starling. The Funky Bruiser with 4 points. And Slice was charging up to the pack as Monkey Bruiser sees it, calls off the jam. Two-pointer there by Monkey Bruiser. Trash can could be non-stopping. And Trash can finding a little bit of room through the Trash can never looks like she's happy. And Trash can finding a little room, putting 4 more points on the board and calling off the jam. Bruisin Betties very methodic at this point. Daft Punk, Ruthless Skater Ginsburg. Skater finding a little room on the inside there. Ginsburg picks up chair status, and Daft Punk gonna have to cycle in. Red doing some great work on defense. Daft Punk slides the inside straight on the second straightaway. And Ruthless Skater Ginsburg making it very clear that she is about to call off the jam. 4 more points on the board for the Bruisin Betties as we are just under 10 minutes to go in this final half of action. Bruisin Betties with the lead, 181-79. Once again, we're going to see number 09 Slice take the jam start against 616 Monkey Bruiser. But once again, the Bruisin Betty defense just getting the urge jammers fit. Finding now a little room on the inside, sliding through. Monkey Bruiser hears the coach's voice call it, calls it as Slice is coming back up to the pack. Just under 8.5 minutes to go. Once again, see Quippy not stopping with the jam start for Urge. Trash can, once again, jamming for the Bruisin Betties. Trash trying to find a little room. That 3-wall holding pretty good there. Mustang Jesse setting the tone. Trash can still trying to find just some kind of seam to work on. If he not stopping, finding a little room. And Pippy not stopping. Pops through the pack, picks up the lead jammer status for Urge. And Trash can. That was quite an abrupt stop there. Very, very nice. Now that was pretty good. Mustang Jesse and Kirby Fable, just setting up a solid ball. And Thrash Can just plowed right into it. Half pump once again jamming for Ruthless Skater Ginsburg. Again, having an incredible game, picking up the lead jammer status once again for the Bruisin Betties. And with that, we've got a timeout on the floor. I believe that was Urge calling the timeout. So with 6 minutes and 9 seconds left to go in the game, Bruisin Betties leading 186 to 79. Once again, after the game, we will be doing our MVP reports. We will have the most valuable blocker, most valuable jammer, and most class while kicking ass. And again, the great part about that is voted for by the opposing team. And again, we will be doing that right after the game. So, time for our coaches and players to start thinking about who they would vote for. Don't forget, next home bout, August 2nd, Cruel Summer. You don't want to miss it. It's a great, great opportunity to watch some incredible roller derby. Lucky Bruiser, we're going to see Snake Gyllenhaal jamming. And Wendy Scarlett hit each other. And Snake Gyllenhaal picks up the lead jammer status as Funky Bruiser goes to the penalty box. So we've got a power jam going on for Urge right now. Slice getting up in there. Wendy Scarlett laying some shoulders out there. Do Tasmania getting in front of Snake. Easy fouls. It's called, going to be sent to the penalty box. As Snake Gyllenhaal puts some points on the board for Urge. And right now, it's Urge with the big advantage. We got a 4-on-2. So Dutaz and Wendy Scarlett, the lone blockers out there for the Bruisin Betties as State champ. Just a little under 5 minutes to go. 186 to 83. Once again, we're going to see the battle between 50 Non-Stopping and Thrash Can. And Thrash Can getting that outside line, but a saving block there from Scarlet Fever taking Thrash out. And Pitney Non-Stopping picks up the lead jammer status. And Scarlet Fever changing roles, did a lot of jamming in the first half, and now is on defensive duty in the second half. Thrash Can looking for a little line, trying to get by Sucker Punch. Maybe non-stopping. Putting 4 more points on the board. Scarlet Fever is going to pick up a penalty just as that jam is ending. So an 8-point effort there for Team Urge, just 6 points away from getting that century mark. 186 to 94, the present score. 3 minutes left to go. Daft Punk, Ruthless Skater Ginsburg, the Jammers respectively for their teams. Ruthless trying to work her way up that 3 wall. It's been a tough 3 wall. State, Herbie, as well as Mustang Jesse. Ruthless Skater Ginsburg with the lead jammer status down home. Trying to reel her in. Here's the voices of her ref for coaching her head and calls off the jam from the posterior position. We are getting down to the nitty-gritty, ladies and gentlemen. Just under 2 minutes left to go. 189 to 96. Slice back to the line for Urge. Hunky Bruiser back to the line for the Bruisin Betties. And Slice just keeping those legs chopping, but fighting the line around the outside is Hunky Bruiser. Hunky Bruiser picks up the points, calls off the jam, which very well could mean that this is going to be our last jam of the evening. It's going to start with about 50 seconds left on the clock. This jam is going to feature Wendy Starling and Mustang Jesse. If you guys have had fun tonight, let's hear it for this last jam coming up. What an effort by both squads, or all 3 squads to be honest. Wendy Starling, bump and run off the jam line, into the lead jam, and into your hearts. Wendy Starling calls off the jam. And unless there is a timeout call, this is going to lead us into the final. Not seeing it. And ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be doing our most valuable player awards. We have most valuable blocker, most valuable jammer, and most class while kicking ass. We'll be bringing you those in just a moment. And ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite you to the outside line of the track. It is official. It is final. The winner of gate number 2 by a score of 195 to 95. Let's hear it for the Bruisin Betties. What an effort made by both teams. The Bruisin Betties victorious. Fun way to end the game as well. Gotta love it. And ladies and gentlemen, let's make some noise. They put up a great effort. Let's hear it for Urge! What an effort, amazing effort all evening long by all of our skaters. Once again, we'll be doing the MVPs in just a moment. Thank you very much for coming out, ladies and gentlemen. We appreciate you catching all this derby action. Like I said, we'll have our MVPs coming for you in just a moment. Our next bout is going to be August 2nd. That's going to be Cruel Summer. Be here. You're not going to want to miss it.